So in 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $80 billion in 4-week bills. The prior high yield was 5.17%. The prior bid cover was 2.83. So we're shortly expecting the results of the US 4-week bill auction. On release, I'll be leading with the high yield. High rate 5.08%, 5.08% with a bid cover ratio of 3.03, 3.03. So the US sold $80 billion, awarding 37.62% of bids at high.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
US Treasury Secretary Yellen says the US labor market has become less tight but continues to create jobs. US Treasury Secretary Yellen says every indication of consumer and investment spending is solid, and we have a good, strong jobs market. Growth continues at a rapid pace. Yellen, however, does decline to comment on the specifics of the US and Nippon Steel deal when asked. US Treasury Secretary Yellen says the job market no longer looks as an inflation pressure source. US Treasury Secretary Yellen says US mortgage rates are down. We may have further to come down. Yellen was just speaking to reporters and has now finished.
Check 1 2 mic check. Hey, what's going on, guys? Hold on 1 second here. Hang tight 1 minute. Sorry about being late this morning. I've got some I've got construction guys that showed up unexpectedly this morning. If you can hear anything in the background, I don't think you will, but you may. I've got like doors open and stuff, like air blowing through my house and stuff like that right now. So this morning, a couple things. So we did reject off of R1 this morning. We have an issue here. When we reject like that, in the brief last night, I told you that we should go up and have a pretty good day, right? Like 90 points or so. The alternative is a rejection of the prior high from the day before, which is what took place right here. Kind of see it right over here. This bad, real bad. I had some calls on that did close out. That auto closed on a downside stop that I had, and I came inside the office a few minutes ago and put some Tesla puts on and some more SPY calls, which I don't know if I should have put the SPY calls back on again. I've got 559s for tomorrow, but it's only for it's a weird trade. We should bleed out on SPY for the rest of the day into the bell, but be up tomorrow, if that makes any sense. But I've got a counter trade to it. It's a weird trade, but it's Tesla puts for tomorrow, and this is gonna kind of like make you scratch your head, but they're for the 200 Ps to print 196. I don't know if that's going to happen. They haven't gone up in value. They're just like sitting there. They're way outside the money for Tesla. So the trade's kind of wonky. It's like I've got SPY calls that I just put on maybe 15 minutes ago. I've got 559 Cs and then Tesla 200 Ps. I know that's going to sound wonky to you. Hold on a second. Let me get rid of this. Dude, I got bugs in my house now, too. Now, this is SPOOs, right? It should bleed the rest of the day right down into the bell, but I've got the calls that I have are 559 Cs for tomorrow. I don't know if it continues to bleed or just kind of like drags sideways into the end of the day. But Tesla, I was looking at the divergence between SPY and Tesla, and it's kind of huge. So if I don't expect as much down here on SPY, but an up day in SPY over there, and then Tesla to come back down and come back in line with the market. I know this is going to sound like a wonky ass trade, but we'll see. And the crazy part too is that I bought the puts on Tesla when it was trading 230, I think $230 or something like that, and it's now trading 226. There's still no interest in these fucking puts, like zero. They're still trading 7 cents right now. I'm assuming that nobody thinks that Tesla's going down. You wouldn't put call. I own calls. I own a fuck ton of them for tomorrow. So, but not that I still think we bleed out into the end of the day on SPY, just not as bad as Tesla. Here, I'll show you guys something on Tesla here on the two. I'll show you the two of these. Hold on a second here. don't know if I can show it on the divergence. I don't know if I can show it here. New price and scale. Yeah, that's not showing it either. This isn't showing it either. That's not showing it. Why is that not showing the divergence in Tesla? Percentage and scale. So I can show you guys this. It might not work because I've got these tools up on here, but there's a giant divergence between the two of them. Yeah, whatever. It's not working. We'll see. We'll try to. I'm gonna try to get Tesla down and like SPY sideways and up into end of the bell. I know that sounds kind of wonky, but there's a giant divergence in the squeeze on Tesla. Expecting weakness here on SPY, just not as much as Tesla. Currently, Tesla's on 226.51. Expectation is that it trades 196 on the downside. Give me just a few more minutes. We'll be right back with you guys.
So Saudi Arabia, Russia, Iraq, and the UAE, as well as Kuwait, Kazakhstan, Algeria, and Oman, extended their voluntary cuts, as was reported earlier in the OPEC Plus announcement. So we are shortly expecting the Freddie Mac mortgage rates. So US 30-year fixed rate mortgage, 6.35% September 5th week versus 6.35% the prior week, unchanged.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
So Amina Bakr on Twitter says the group said that it will maintain the flexibility to pause or reverse the adjustments as necessary. The overproducing countries also reconfirmed their commitment that the entire overproduced volume will be fully compensated for by September of next year.
Turn the drum. All right. Did they already leave? They've been here 4 times, but they haven't done anything, right? Until just today. All right. it's just that they've been here 4 times. Now we're working.
So the US targets China with new quantum and chip-related export curbs. The Commerce Department unveils the latest export curbs. Notes that the rules align with those from Japan, the Netherlands, and other allies, and that the latest global controls exempt countries with similar measures.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
59 counterparties take $291.091 billion at the Fed's reverse repo operation.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Use Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
All right, here we go here. All right. I'm here. Give me one quick second here. Seems like a good time to be here. It's always a good, it's always a good time to be here, isn't it? Seems like a good time to be here. It's like literally always a circus in the market, isn't it? I bet you'd like me here 24 hours a day if I could be, right? Hold on one second here. Nope, wrong one. I can't be here. I wish I could be here at all times, but it's not always possible. I've got some construction guys here. They've been here and not here for, I don't know, 4 or 5 times or something like that. And they say they'll be here, then they're not here and stuff like that. But they are here today. And I got to be here for those guys right now, for them not being here. Make sure they're getting the work done that they're supposed to get done. So I apologize for that. That's it. What else we got here? I should be here. Let's talk about being here. So we should go up into the close here today, and into the open tomorrow on NFP. We did sell lower than I expected. I expected us to trade a little bit higher than this. I was hoping that we'd trade up into this 556, 557 area before selling. But they did ping us lower, which is, of course, super bearish. Took us all the way down to the 5500 SPX put wall. And we are holding just fine right now. We should trade up into this close right now and into tomorrow. Now, I put on some more calls for tomorrow. I put on 559 Cs. I'm hoping that I can close them out by the close or the open tomorrow. I also got, as a counter trade, I got some Tesla puts for tomorrow as well. Those aren't doing as well. I'm hoping that Tesla will continue to bleed off and that will squeeze up on NFP, at least to the open, and then fade that trade and sell the close tomorrow. Hopefully sell like 10 o'clock, 10:30 in the morning, something like that, and have the market actually roll hard down to 536-ish. If we can get down there, be kind of nice. Keep flushing, give my money back. I don't know if we will flush down here. I don't think we flushed but down here. I think we go higher personally, but we should actually ramp pretty well in the overnight as well. We also have some other stuff to talk about as well, with some of the reports that came out this morning. How do I describe this? So this whole week is like anticipate data releases, figure out where the market's going to be heading, and stuff like that, right? We're going to get a rate cut in September. If you don't do this, try to follow Wolf Richter. He's got, I think it's called Wolf Street is his blog. And he's doing a really good job of dissecting the data that's been coming out this week and also what's been coming out over the past few months. The data actually doesn't look so bad. The data actually looks pretty good. And I was reading some reports just a few minutes ago on the digestion of the reports from this morning, and they're getting a lot of this stuff wrong. Or not wrong. It's just incomplete information as a whole. I'll try to go over it in tonight's brief. Let me see if I can bring some of this stuff up for you real quick. Hang tight here. It really is like incomplete. They're like, where was the one that I was reading here? I think it was from CNN. One quick second here. Or what they're pushing on Main Street people. Why is this not coming up here? Looking for this ADP stuff from CNN. Hang tight here. It's weird, like my history doesn't show up in every device. Sorted by date. I don't even see it here. Yeah, like I think I read this article too. This is from CNBC, and they were reporting private sector payrolls grew at the weakest pace in more than 3.5 years in August, providing yet another sign of deteriorating labor market, according to ADP. That's not exactly true. Right now, the like claims and jobs numbers and unemployment numbers are actually showing stability in our job market. I'm going to have to go over this. I'm going to have to do a report on this for you over the weekend. Or if I can get it done tonight, I will. But jobs are stabilizing in the U.S. right now. I know this is going to sound shocking to you because I'm sure that the narrative is that like doom and gloom in the jobs market. We have unemployment increasing. It should be on fire by next summer. But for like the moment right now, jobs are stabilizing. Wage growth is stabilizing, and people aren't being fired or let go or laid off like they should be if we're in a deteriorating labor market. We have some layoffs going on, but not quite, like not rampant. We also, some of the data is also suggesting that people are not being fired from their jobs, that companies are retaining employees due to the job seeker crunch that we had in the U.S. Right, we had not enough workers for a period of time, so companies are hiring people and then not letting them go. They're also, the other thing that's going on right now is people are not switching jobs trying to move up in pay or quality of job. So they're staying employed longer with these companies. So I'm fascinated to see the data that's been coming out this week, and even this ADP numbers that came out this morning. Not nearly as bad as is being portrayed on the surface level. Tesla Q, thank you. How are you feeling about price action right now? Let me see, price action right now on Tesla. It could, like, Tesla can go up from here. The trade for me with Tesla is more of a hedge. So if SPY burns, Tesla should burn with it. But Tesla can go higher here. I've got a stop up here. Tesla can actually go to like 239, 236, 239, somewhere in there. Oh, they already hit 236, like 239 next to the upside. It's possible they could go up there and trade that and then come back down again. But if we get if the market gets torched, Tesla's going to go pretty low, like 200, 196, somewhere in there. They have more down to go than SPY does. So it's like a counter hedge to SPY. Like, let's say SPY just trades sideways or something, or doesn't squeeze up and begins to burn tomorrow. I would expect Tesla to follow suit in a much more amplified way. So I'm not necessarily bearish on Tesla. It's more of a hedge against a long trade on SPY. The puts were 7 cents a piece, dirt cheap, right? They cost nothing. So it's a counter to some SPY calls that I have for tomorrow. Does it make any sense to you guys? You guys know how to be long and short at the same time and still get paid one way or another? I know some of you guys are like, slam the buy button, slam the sell button at all times. Yeah, I am still in right now. I'm not getting out of the calls. I'm still here. I remember earlier in the broadcast, some of you were saying, don't buy this dip. So I'm assuming they got torched. I don't know. Or they'll come back and fucking tell you in the chat that they closed like perfectly right here. Some nonsense bullshit like that. Like you always hear it. It's like always after. I bought calls and I bought some puts. Not, oh yeah, 20 minutes ago or an hour ago I bought calls and then I closed them. You know, you tell them before. So at any rate, the idea here would be that we squeeze up into the close today. We should be at least the first hour of the cash market session tomorrow be up. I'd like to see us trade like at this point with the sell over here. Man, I still want to get that 556 and 557 to the upside at least by tomorrow. Before the bloodbath down. I really do still think we get the bloodbath down to like 536. So you'll probably see people, if we trade that 556, 557, you'll probably see people get really bulled up and be like, no, bro, we're going to fucking 570 or something. Thereafter, though, from that 536, we should trade roughly 570 to the upside and get hemmed in for the end of month OPEC and all that kind of stuff for the month of September. And then we should blood down into the end of September. That would be like September 30th or 31st or somewhere in there. Yeah, so we'll see how this closes out the day and stuff like that. Tesla is kind of wonky. Like Tesla should go higher from here, but if the market at any point fucking bloods, Tesla's gonna burn. I don't know why I can't show it on. I don't know why I can't show it here on Trading View, but on Webull you can see the divergence between Tesla and SPY. It's pretty big. Yeah, Tesla's been moving against SPY in a big way. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Like, there's a whole bunch of like I don't even know what to say to you guys right now. Like, all the data this week is and it's bizarre to read the takes on the data this week. You guys really got to check out Wolf Richter. Like, he's got some real doom for next year. Like, serious fundamental or there are real problems right now that are not showing themselves, and they won't show themselves until next year. The market's not going to price that stuff in unless they come true. But it's fascinating to read the takes on the data releases this week. The hawkish tone behind a lot of this data. The data is not hawkish. The data is positive for a soft landing. And what's even more fascinating is the two trades, like you get the future Fed's fund or future fund rate, and they're starting to price in like a recession, but it's fake. It's not real. It's like it's a trade. That's all it is. It's not actually the expectation that we're going to go into a recession. It's just a recession trade for today, like this week. That's it. That's all it is. It's fake. It's fugazi. There's nothing real about it. None of the data is speaking to that today. That we're going to go into a recession. I think we do, or I think we're coming to the end of a bull run or bull cycle. But I don't think that it's quite a recession, or at least the data says that it's not going to be something similar to that. And I guess there are some triggers that could do it, like the debt to GDP thing, the housing market, that kind of stuff can send us there. But maybe more like stagflation, possibly would be a better way to describe what's possibly coming down the road. Yeah, we're going higher right now, so you can say whatever you want. You guys can say whatever the fuck you want. Trading 549.80 right now. Now we are above the support at the local support and put wall at 5,500. Trading higher now. Lots of thinking. trading 549.86, trading up into the half-hour trigger. Woohoo! There we go. So it's kind of weird. Like the data right now is, it's not weird. Like the data right now shows like they got a strong economy. We have a strong workforce. There's like this, like I'm kind of like scratching my head right now. Is like some of the is some of the news like on these reports reporting negativity because they want rate cuts. I can't exactly parse why. Like the data on its own can seem hawkish, but it's not when you put it all together. It's like, this all makes sense. Trading 550.13 right now. And of course, Jerome Powell stated clearly, right, that we're going to have policy change. It's right in the text of his last speech that he gave at Jackson's Hole. So I'm still scratching my head a little bit here if he's going to actually cut rates or not. I think well, I don't want him to cut rates. I want him to go against his mandate and do some damage, but that's not his mandate, right? I do think you get that cut. I do think you get the 25 BPS cut. At least one in September. Yeah, I think they only get 25. I don't think you're going to get the 50. And it's really bizarre. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like a narrative that's being pushed. I don't know if it's that these reporters don't know. I don't know if it's AI writing the articles. I can't tell. Like, the news right now is very bizarre. This whole week, it seems more like it's about a trade than anything. I can't tell if it's like, yeah, we want a down week or something like that, so we're going to report the news as being negative. Like traders are bracing for this and traders are bracing for that. And I read one article this morning that said the market is down because of the reports early this morning. Market wasn't down. It was just flat before, but pre-market, it was just flat. So they were just like writing this shit. It wasn't even real. Like market wasn't even down. And they're like, yeah, the market's burning right now because of these reports at 8:30 this morning. And I'm like, what are we on right now? Like, Spoos was like flat, slightly green, slightly red, slightly green. So there's like a narrative. I don't know if the narrative is AI or if it's just talking points that are released to news organizations to run with. So it's all bizarre to me. It's all fake. None of it's real. Does anybody know about this stuff? Does anybody get all this? Am I the only one out there that's tracking all this stuff? Are any of you guys reading Wolf Richter right now? Anybody at all reading Wolf Street? If you have the chance, try to go back and read like the last 20 or 30 posts, blog posts, go into the discussions about what's actually going on in the economy. And there's stuff down the road that we'll have to deal with, but right now, I don't know. Like everything is counter to what's being stated. Yeah, you've been reading Wolf stuff. Yeah, it's eye opening. Or I don't know if it's eye opening. I've read him over the years, but I've never seen his reporting be so counter to narrative as it is right now. So I've been paying more and more attention over the past couple months because the data is not the data taken as a whole and over many months is not fitting the narrative that's being pushed on individual issues. Yeah, someone just said the Tesla trade is no bueno. I don't know what that is. You need to wrap the trade together. Do you guys understand what a maybe some of you don't. It's like you're like long the market, and then you're hedging with a put that should print hard and heavy if SPY, let's say, rolls over. It's not a single trade. You don't like take puts on Tesla because you want Tesla to burn. You're taking it as a hedge against going long on SPY. You read his articles every morning as part of the routine. Yeah. And the best part about those articles is the discussion, because he's able to easily and quickly dismiss most of the regurgitation from FinTwit. That you hear the parroted shit all over FinTwit, and it's all just diarrhea. It means nothing. Tagged the half an hour trigger. We've got an hour and a half until the close. Preliminary expectations from now into tomorrow would be that we trade at least 556, 557. I don't know if we can get there today or in the overnight to the first hour tomorrow, but if you want to know what to expect into tomorrow, from that report tomorrow, that NFP report, you want to fade the reaction. So if the reaction is up, you want to be getting out of that trade, collect your monies, and run. Normally about an hour after 10 o'clock, 10:30 in the morning, something like that. We should green bar it up, and then you sell. If the reaction is lower on NFP tomorrow, which the reactions this week have been muted at best. We've had a couple reports like, yeah, that should be a good report, and they have been, right? The 10 o'clock this morning services PMI, it was in line, right? We know the manufacturing is lower. We know that the economy is running based on services and not based on goods, right? Hard goods, that kind of stuff right now. And that report was good this morning, but it was still a muted response, right? We only hit R1, I think it was R1 we hit, right? We tagged R1 this morning. Yeah, we tagged R1, but no like exuberance, mooning, right, on a good report. But all of the bad reports have been, flush that fucker down 100 points. So, or even perceived that it's a bad report. So the expectation for tomorrow would be that NFP is up, right, or the reaction should be up and to the right, but a good reaction. We should trade higher and then sell 10:30. I will be so I've got a hedge in the market for October, so that I want to close in late October. But if we can get to that 536, I'm going to consider closing that trade. I would really like to see like a sell at like 10:30 tomorrow and flush this whole market down into like Monday, let's say. I don't know if we can get there on Friday, but like Monday would be nice. Wake up on Monday to a bloodbath, and then we'll take the market higher into the end of the month. That over there. The other part of that statement would be this: if the reaction is negative on NFP tomorrow in the morning, you want to long the reaction on that trade. Typically, there was one NFP recently where the reaction was higher and not lower. So just be careful of whatever the initial report instigates. If it's a downside move, you'd want to long the market. Always the opposite of NFP. You're thinking about taking end-of-month calls with short-term puts. They could very much leave us behind very, very quickly. I hope not. I've got a larger hedge. Could they leave us behind? I don't see this as bottom. We have some issues here under the surface. Pliskin, check this out with me, man. So here. So under the surface, there are some issues with Momo. That's at least concerning. So here, let's take a peek at this together. The concern here is daily velocity. Now, the market likely has not topped. We've likely not seen a top in the market. But I have concerns here with this velocity right here. This weekly velocity is on the decline. It doesn't necessarily have to go down to zero or get negative in here. But for right now, it is implying that like second half of September, October is going to get pretty bearish here. We should see some major lows in September, October. So like if you wanted calls for the end of September, maybe date them for the end of September, but close them out by the 20th, right in and around the 20th if you wanted. But just be careful of this right here. Like this is implying that we've got more down to come in September, October. It doesn't imply that we're at a market top because the rest of this velocity is still rising. And it hasn't maxed out yet. So just this stuff down here says we're not done going up. So you can see it right there. That should go up a little bit more. That should go up a little bit more. So the market likely has not topped, but that weekly velocity is saying, watch out for second half of September, of course, October as well. Might even see some bumpiness in December. It's possible we could see some bumpiness or violence as we trade higher in December and January. I don't know about breadth. I don't care about breadth. The only thing that I care about is momentum in the market. The momentum on monthly and quarterly times market crashes in every single instance going back to the beginning of the stock market. The moment we peak out and roll on that monthly and quarterly momentum when it begins to roll, you'll see one or two attempts at all-time highs that fail, and then the market will roll over. But you'll see declining momentum on monthly and quarterly basis before that happens. In every case, every single case of a market top. Pliskin, I don't know if you should wait until like the next, or if do you not think we're getting a leg lower into Friday, Monday, or no? You don't think we see the 536? You think this is bottom? For now, at least, until we get into the end of September. See what your thesis is. Yeah, he's got a cool. His name is Pliskin. Pliskin D. Snake Pliskin. Yeah, keep on going. Keep on pumping, baby. All these motherfuckers. Oh, I shouldn't be swearing. I promised myself I'd stop swearing. All these guys are getting short here, and they're getting squeezed, baby, into the close. And they're going to get squeezed in tomorrow, too. Yeah, that's right. Get on up there. If you are long calls and you want to get out, this is the place up here, right? 551.38. I'm staying long into tomorrow. I'm not taking them off. They're not zero dates. They're for all both dated for tomorrow. But if you are in zero dates or you want to take the money and run, this is the place to do it as we approach the hourly trigger. Oh, yeah, baby. Oil's a little bit sick, and that's concerning. Cheap oil is what? Lower inflation, right? People have more money to spend where? On goods and services. Oil should crater into the middle of next year, too. It should be perceived as weak. Cheap oil, good for the economy. Yeah, let's take a look at the VIX, too. VIX isn't getting murdered just yet. It's still elevated. It's still elevated. It's still trading. Maybe it is getting murdered. We've got like a triple top on VIX 9-day here at that 21.29. Still kind of bullish though. Just stay short, Chase. Stay short into late October, man. You should still see lows, brother. We're probably not done going down. Maybe for now, or maybe like you might get squeezed out in late September, like return to the scene of the crime kind of a trade. But just stay short, man. You should get a major print in late September, early late October. What do you guys think about the Tim Pool thing? Bring that up really quick. There's like 3 of those guys, right? You got like Tim Pool. You want to hear some shit? Like supposedly like Tim Pool gets like 10,000 views a video. He's got a bunch of followers, right? So he probably pays for those followers. But he's only got like 10,000 views per video. He's making 1 video per week. He's being paid $100,000 per video. Do you think he's just a useful idiot, or do you think he's fully aware that there's probably something going on in the background? Let me know. I get offers, just so you know, I should show it someday. I should like round up. So I get sponsorship offers once a week minimum for the show. Some of them are really good. I just haven't followed up on some really good ones. I think like Bookmap offered and Trady Ticks offered, some others. Like those type of companies have offered to sponsor the show. I just don't think we're ready for it. And they're legit, right? Like, yeah, some people like Bookmap, people like Trady Ticks, people like those kind of companies. Or that type of like legitimate sponsorship. They pay a ton of money. All of them do. They all pay really big money. I've never said yes to any sponsorship, but I get asked at least once a week, at least once. I should collate all of them and show them to you guys. How many times they get offered sponsorships, and I just say no to them for all kinds of shit. Like, and they pay stupid money. They actually pay so much money that what you guys pay for the community for we have to pay out to people, and for everything that we do, it would I don't make a bunch of money. I actually make less, I think, than I did before we monetized part of what we do. But with the sponsorships, I'd be rich. Like, I shit you not. That shit will make you fucking rich. I can't believe how much money they actually pay for those sponsorships. It's kind of stupid. $100,000 a week he was getting paid to push that misinformation. $100,000 a week. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely insane. $100,000. Like I couldn't do that in good conscience. I don't take sponsorships right now because I feel like dirty. Like all I want is the show paid for. That's it. I don't need anything else. And I'm like, if someone was paying me $100,000 a week to sponsor a show and give me bullet points for anything, I don't care what it was, I wouldn't feel good. I'd feel like something was wrong. I was trying to push someone's like something like seedy. $100,000 a week. It's absurd. It's fully absurd. No, I don't feel dirty. But like, so, okay, so let me clarify this, make sure I'm clear on this. I get offers from companies that I do believe in. And I'm like, yeah, maybe we'll do that one day. It's on the side, in the back burner, though. It's nothing that I've been thinking about. We've got other stuff we have to do before we're ready for that. And I would never take a sponsor that I didn't believe in. But the number of sponsors that contact me is way higher than that. It's like we get sponsorship offers for trading platforms, prop firms, tools. What else? I get stuff to like stream in private streams. I get stuff for gambling, lots of gambling. A ton of them. Like, hey, you want to push gambling sites or push internet games where you can make money. Those kind of sponsorships, get them all the time. And the money that they offer is stupid. $5-10 grand a week. That blows my mind. I'm like, you're gonna pay me $5,000 to $10,000 a week just to push some gambling stuff on my show. I don't think that's. I don't know. I have a personal issue with that, I guess. Kind of like scratching my head. Someone's saying that Tim Pool is extremely smart. That's not good if he is. He'll go to prison if that's the case. If he's that smart, he should be playing dumb right now, as dumb as possible. If he claims that he's that smart, he's in some trouble, right? They got video of him going after Ukraine just a few weeks ago, right? You can't be like taking money from Russian interests and be pushing these narratives and then claim that you're smart. Like Tim Pool is probably the best thing you could do is play dumb at this point. Which it seems like that's what he's doing, right? He's playing dumb, and that would probably be what I would be doing. As a matter of fact, he'd probably shut up too. I don't know why his attorneys didn't just say shut your mouth and don't even address this stuff. And he's like out there in public just pop, 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 pop. It's like one thing you don't fuck with is like the Department of Justice, the IRS, the FBI, SEC. Like, you don't mess with those guys. Those guys come knock on your door, you got problems. They have like a 99% conviction rate. It's very rare that you get off on that kind of stuff. Very, very rare. They love making examples of people. Well, there's a bunch of other stuff with influencers going on too. There was one guy. There's like whispers in the streaming community that, like, I don't know if it's the FCC or if it's, I think it might be the FCC. I'm assuming that that's tied in with Tim Pool and those guys. It's not just them. They're investigating a lot of social media influencers right now for all kinds of stuff, like pushing beauty products. You name it. You like run the gamut. Whatever they're out there slinging to you, right? And I guess that what they do is, what I've been told is that they buy followers. They have fake followers. So I'll have a million followers on FinTwit. I'll have 1 million followers on YouTube. It's all fake. You're just buying them. And supposedly they're investigating a bunch of people, anyone like high follow count influencers on the internet. So I'm assuming that they were caught in that dragnet at some point. That's why they got caught up in it. Could they have been used? Yes and no. There's, the weird thing about crime is you don't necessarily have to be aware that you're committing a crime. You can play dumb, right? But if you are like when some things are too good to be true, it's hard to talk your way out of that. That's my point here. Is I don't really care what, like I wouldn't care if it was a Democrat influencer that was being paid by China or Russia. Russia and China and corpos and oligarchs, they will influence both sides of any issue. They don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. They don't. The more division and derision they introduce, the better. As a matter of fact, there's like public reports and policy reports out there on exactly what they do to Republicans and exactly what they do to Democrats. So I really don't care that it's Tim Pool. Like you can sit out there and like shake your fist and be like, they're just going after them because they're Republicans or something. I'm sure they do it to Democrats too. I don't think it really matters who it is, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat. But it's hard to like crime like that it's hard to get away from. Are you guilty or not? Feigning ignorance. And that's my point. If someone's paying you $100,000 a week to make one video and you got like 10,000 people watching your videos a week, that's it, right? And someone approaches you and says, hey, I'm going to give you 100 grand a week. You have your own due diligence in business to be like, maybe I shouldn't take that money, right? No matter who it is. Don't care if it's like, I don't know, who are those guys that do the, I'm trying to think of this, the couple Democratic influencers out there. I forget what their names are. They're like Hawks or whatever. But, you have to do that due diligence. You have to say, should I be taking this money or not? Right? Is this legitimate? Why would someone be paying me this money? Who has those kind of pockets? Maybe I should at least find out who these people are. Yeah, exactly. That's it, right? Would a reasonable person think that this was legitimate? It'd be kind of like someone coming to me and be like, "Hey, man, I want to invest in you, Jim. I'm going to give you $100,000 a week. You never have to pay it back. I just want to see you succeed." I'd be like, "You can't trust that guy over there, right?" I'll try to pull up some of the articles on what they do to Democrats. They actually do different things. They do different things to Republicans than they do to Democrats. They just had this look the cover on a bunch of Chinese Chinese counter espionage. I guess would you call it counter espionage maybe? Or it's warfare in some way, right? It's like cold warfare of some kind. Like you can't go to war over it, but it happens. They were saying something about what they do to the Democrats is they try to get them to not vote. I'm serious. They try to create division amongst Democrats to not vote. Say, I don't like that candidate, or they believe in something they don't believe in. Backtesting the half-an-hour trigger right now to the close. Where is that 1600 hour? Did I already have one up there? There it is. It's kind of wild, though, if you read it. Did you guys get to read any of the articles on these guys? And it's not just Tim Pool. I brought his name up, but there's others too, right? that were allegedly involved in this. Let me see. Try to find the article that I read. Let's see here. Thought I read. Yeah, Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, and Tim Pool exposed as working for alleged Russian influence operation in new Department of Justice indictment. I mean, dude, that's like scary shit. Like, you get indicted by the Department of Justice. I'd be scared. Let me see here. Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson. I don't even know who these guys are. Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson. I'm so out of the loop. Tim Pool. Let's read the actual article and not just the screener. Exposed as working for alleged Russian. Alleged Russian what? Influence operation. Who did this come from? Sarah Rumpf. News maybe? U.S. conservative influencers say they are victims of Russian disinformation. MAG influencers say they're the real victims of they're the victims of it is what they're trying to push. Six right, I guess I listed 3 people, but there's 6 of them. 6 right-wing social media influencers tied to Tenet Media, a media company the Department of Justice alleges was funded by Russian operatives looking to influence 2024 election, have among them a history of plagiarism, promoting conspiracy theories, downplaying the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, giving a platform to extremist personalities. The people are Benny Johnson, 6.6 million followers. Woof! Across YouTube, X, and Instagram, was described by the Washington Post in 2015 as the king of viral political news, and on Wednesday said he was a victim in any alleged scheme by Russians used to influence the election. Podcaster Tim Pool, who hosts the conservative Tim Pool Daily Show and Timcast in real life, in addition to the Culture War podcast, which was licensed by Tenet Media on Wednesday, said he always had full editorial control of his shows and ended a lengthy statement on X about the alleged Russian interference with Putin is a scumbag. Russia sucks donkey balls. But they have video of him. They have a video of him from like 2 weeks ago saying counter statements, right? I think I posted that on Twitter. You can find that video right on Twitter. I just posted it like an hour or 2 ago, I think, where he's kind of sucking off Russia. So this latest statement is kind of weird. the host of the Rubin Report YouTube channel has 2.4 million subscribers as of Thursday. David Rubin has been identified as the likely commentator one who signed a deal with Tenet to produce 4 videos per week in exchange for 400. So I'm wrong. I said 1 video a week for $100,000 a week. It's 4 videos a week. 4 videos per week in exchange for $400,000 per month and a $100,000 signing bonus. But who also was unaware the money was coming from Russian sources. YouTube gamer turned political personality Matt Christensen, whose recent videos touched on topics like assault weapons bans, abortion, immigration, said he could not have been unwittingly duped into creating videos that leans in a certain direction because he writes his own content, and there has been no change in my perspective or the nature of my content since signing with Tenet. Another Tenet media personality, Taylor Hanson, says he had complete freedom and control over my reporting at all times while working for the company, and accused the DOJ of running a smear job against an uncensored, unapologetic, and America First media company. Lauren Southern, a conservative Canadian personality, is the 6th person identified as having worked with Tenet Media, but she has not publicly commented on the DOJ accusations. She's probably the smartest one of all of them, in my view. Don't say anything, nothing that could incriminate you when the DOJ brings a case against you. Let me see what else we see here. Who's Tim Pool? Who's Dave Johnson? Who's Matt whatever? It's ready for this. So the total number, this is fascinating too. The total money spent or paid by Tenet Media, $8.7 million. That's how much money was paid to the production companies of Commentator 1, Commentator 2, and Commentator 3, the DOJ said. Thought to be Rubin, Pool, and an unidentified content creator. Indictment filed by the DOJ Wednesday accused the Kremlin of funding a media company in an attempt to get right-wing influencers to push pro-Russian propaganda on social media. The indictment did not specifically name Tenet Media or any of the influencers, but the description of the company matches that of Tenet. So he really wasn't. They weren't really indicted then. They indicted Russia then, right? These guys are probably. I thought these guys were indicted, but doesn't look like they are. The indictment did not specifically name Tenet Media or any of the influencers, but the description of the company matches that of Tenet, whose website lists 6 prominent right-wing social media personnel as part of the talent roster. The indictment says Russian state media employees spent $10 million supporting content creators who posted about views often consistent with the government of Russia, interest in amplifying U.S. domestic divisions. The indictment does not accuse the individual influencers of knowing about the Russian scheme. Yes, these guys are probably safe then. People are purporting that these guys aren't safe. It does not accuse the individual influencers of knowing about Russian scheme. Tangent. Liam Donovan and Lauren Tam, better known as Lauren Chen, are listed as the registered business agents for Tenet Media. Chen is listed as a contributor for Russian-backed media network RT and is a video creator for The Blaze, where she hosts a conservative show called Pseudo Intellectual. Chen has publicly praised Putin in the past. That's all I've got here. This is from Forbes, by the way, that I'm reading to you. Those guys might be safe. They might not be in any trouble. I'd like to read that DOJ or Department of Justice indictment. See if I can find it here. I've got the indictment in front of me here, I think. Yeah, this is directly from the Justice Department. Looks like they charged two employees of RT, a Russian state-controlled media outlet. Here, I'll show you guys the actual indictment if you want to see it. Yeah, it's just an allegation at this point. I'll post it in the Discord for you. This is actually from the Department of Justice. So you can get to the root of the entire story rather than just all of the talk that's going on out there in the internets. Yeah, I'm reading the actual indictment right now, which is slightly different. So there's like an internet, lots of internet talk, which is just like slinging shit. Then there's the reporting going on in the news organizations. It says that the indictment is charging Russian nationals. I'm gonna hack this. Konstantin Kalashnikov, 31, also known as Kostya, and Alina Afanaseva, 27, also known as Lena, with conspiracy to violate the Foreign Agents Registration Act, FARA, and conspiracy to commit money laundering, was unsealed today in the Southern District of New York. Both people are at large at the moment. The Justice Department has charged 2 employees of RT, a Russian state-controlled media outlet, in a $10 million scheme to create and distribute content to U.S. audiences with hidden Russian government messaging, said Attorney General Merrick B. Garland. The Justice Department will not tolerate attempts by an authoritarian regime to exploit our country's free exchange of ideas in order to covertly further its own propaganda efforts, and our investigation into this matter remains ongoing. Kind of wild. I don't know. Like, I can't say that if I was offered that money, I would take it. I don't take the money that's offered to me right now. So I'm like, $100,000 a week. Woof. I can't in good conscience think that I would believe that was okay. I couldn't do it. I know if I did it, I find it hard to believe. And I would also find it hard to believe that I wouldn't be told what to say, or at least maybe not a script, but can you hit these minor talking points? Like, okay, talking point number 1, Ukraine should surrender. Got it. There's $10,000. Yeah, the Kardashians. That's what we were saying yesterday. I think Tara Wolf Condor and I were discussing it last night. And we were like, is it a case of useful idiots? Probably the best thing to say, right? If they would think for optics. Probably the best thing to say would be, I didn't have any idea, and I'm very dumb. Just play the dumb card. That's probably the best thing you could do. Because the alternative to that is, I'm very smart and I knew exactly what was going on, right? That would be the other side of that coin. You only really have 2 choices. Dumb that shit down, or claim that you're a rocket scientist. Because if you're any normal, rational person, hey, what's up, buddy? Scared of those guys out there? Sorry, my dogs are freaking out with the construction going on. If you're a rational, normal, sane person, there's no way that anybody's giving you $100,000 without a talking point or some form of requirement. When I get those sponsorship offers, they lay that stuff out for you. They're like, not all of them, but some lay it out when they contact you. Some of them want to talk to you and discuss ways for you to influence. But some of them point blank say, if you like run these specific ads, or if you run like 2-3 ads a week, this is what we pay for it to be done. And that kind of stuff. So I don't think that there's a single. I don't think that there's a single sponsorship opportunity where there's not some kind of expectation. And what's also fascinating too, I don't know what the rules are on this, but I know that if I push a product, I have to tell you. If I'm in here going, yeah, you should buy. I don't know, like here. If I go, here, buy. I don't know, what is this called? Buy this ever ready headlamp, right? If Everready is paying me for this headlamp, I have to let you know, right? I have to say, hey, I'm sponsored by Everready. I gotta let you know that they're paying me to tell you this. So even this tenant company, Did they? I don't. Did they ever disclose on their shows that they were being paid by that company or not? Like that. It opens the door to a bunch of questions. Like, are you making it publicly known that you're sponsored by these companies or not? That's a big rule with the FCC, I think. I think even like YouTube and Twitch tell me in the background, they're like, do you have anything that you're being paid for out there in this broadcast? We need to know. Like pushing pencils, like buy, I don't know, pencil company, buy these pencils right here, and they're paying me in the background. I have to let you guys know publicly. Yeah, no shit, Winky. What about what's his name? What about Brett Favre? Didn't he take a bunch of money from the welfare department? Did you see that? Do you remember that? Remember old Brett Favre?
NYMEX gasoline October futures settle at
Yeah.
$2.93 a gallon. Diesel October futures at $2.17. Natural gas.
I get.
futures
It's funny too. Sometimes people like, so what we always did for free, we still do for free here. We just offer more now, right? It's like what we always did for free has remained free. The only thing that hasn't remained free is the Discord, and partially it's the cost of running it, and the other reason is to keep out the scammers and the wolves and the bots and all that other kind of crap. But like the sponsors, I can't believe what they pay. I still like. I feel dirty, and maybe it's because I worked most of my life. I feel dirty taking sponsor money. Oh, is he really? He's pushing his football videos. Didn't he? What was the story behind Brett Favre? What did he exactly do? Didn't he? Was it Brett Favre or did I have the wrong guy? Was it Brett Favre or was it the baseball player? I might have the person wrong here. It was either the baseball player or Brett Favre. I can't remember if it was Brett Favre or the guy that played for the Red Sox. He used to play for Texas. It was Brett Favre. Okay, it was him. And who's the baseball pitcher that ran a scam on video games? Bork should know this one. What was his name again? He was with the Red Sox when they won the World Series, the first World Series they won. Curt Schilling. That's right, Curt Schilling. Curt Schilling had a big problem with a video game company, didn't he? Weren't they like, didn't he like bankrupt a company or something like that? Was there really dick pics for Brett Favre? Oh, okay, so it wasn't a scam. The video game thing wasn't a scam. It was actually a really good game, just very few people played it. Can you guys give me the so the video game thing was not a scam. What's the newest video game that they just pulled from release? There was like a AAA game that they just said we're going to shut it down. Concord. Okay, so you video game players out there, I have a question for you. I'm not a gamer in any way, shape, or form like that. So I have a big question for you. If you're a gamer, right? It seemed like our gaming on Reddit was kind of snarky about it being shut down. When I read the snark, I was like, why? Like the game failed. That kind of sucks. People probably worked hard on it. Why are you being so snarky about this? Don't you want these games to succeed? Not me. Even if the game sucked, I get it that the game sucked. But the snark behind it, rather than just saying, "Man, it sucks that game sucked," it's like just pure snark. Like, yeah, fuck them, bankrupt them. Was there a reason for that I'm missing? Maybe I'm missing something. So Concord, why is there so much snark surrounding it, I guess is the question. Oh, they wanted $40. The one thing that I read was that it was very similar to all the other games, right? It's very similar to the games that all the kids play, the first-person shooter Fortnite type games. It was very similar. It was like a knockoff, right? That Overwatch. Yeah, it was like Overwatch. My kids play that. My youngest plays Overwatch. VIX 9-day continuing to roll over and down. Tesla a little pukey, yeah. It could still go higher though. I'd really like to see Tesla like burn. I'd like to see like SPY squeeze into the close, Tesla roll down, SPY or Tesla not participate in NFP tomorrow. Sell the calls on SPY, close out the Tesla puts at the end of the day tomorrow. Yeah, I wondered about that too, Winky. Like, do they relaunch it? How could the game actually be dead? Why not relaunch it just free? And then maybe do the freemium kind of a model, right? Where they pay for shit, pay for skins and cool guns and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. That. So that's that. Okay, so that was my question about it. There's a lot of snark on the internet about it, and I was like, man, I'd be like, why so snarky? It would seem, even if the game sucked, it seems like they worked on it for a long time, put heart and effort and soul into the game. That's a long time, man. 8 years of development. Oh, I got something else for you here too, Winky. Did I give you the did I send you the thing yesterday? I got something for you guys here. Hold on. I've been meaning to talk about this and I haven't. I thought this was fascinating. This was from yesterday, right? This is from Goldman Sachs. So there's a thesis, right, that hold on, brother. I meant to give you this yesterday and I didn't. I apologize. I'm posting that in the Discord for you guys all to read. I'll read it here for you guys in just a moment. So the from Goldman Sachs, outside of the dollar store pain, DG presentation, DLTR earnings, day one of the Global Retailing Conference started positively with companies generally sounding constructive across the board. Further, companies that reported 2 or 3 weeks ago, who at the time flagged some more cautious trends, sounded incrementally better 3 weeks later. An example being Urban, which closed plus 4%. Companies continued to be guarded on the consumer environment and what it could look like in Q4. Election challenging holiday calendar, the Fed, but it sounds like recent trends in August were actually positive. If there is one pushback to the broadly constructive tone, it is that there is not a one-size-fits-all approach in the consumer right now. Many companies are speaking to a stable consumer and resilient economy, but some still speak to a choosy consumer and more challenged macro. Now, I got more on this. Give me a second here. I got another note from today. The next one, this is from Wait a minute. This is from this morning from Goldman.
Brent crude futures settle at $72.69 a barrel, which is down 1 cent or spot 0.1%.
Sorry. But then I've got this to say too. Goldman's Fellers also saying today is day 2 of the retail conference. A few last second thoughts to wrap yesterday and to start today. This is the one size does not fit all narrative. More companies than not spoke to a positive current view of business. I'd argue most mall-based names pointed to a strong start to third quarter. Housing-tied companies were status quo, and dollar stores remained challenged. It is just not one of those years where the consumer is so strong that everyone is doing well, nor so weak that everyone is doing poorly. More companies did talk to stability, resilience than not, though. Investors do seem uncertain if that will continue into September once we are past the back-to-school event-based shopping period. While optimistic on Q3, guarded tone on Q4. Many companies spoke to resiliency in early Q3, but highlighted they are still quite guarded on how Q4 could shake out. TSCO was case in point, who made clear that while trends seemed stable, they believe Q4 could see consumers initially delay spending until after the election, followed by uncertainty about what the shorter Q4 holiday calendar could do to promotions in the space. Ultimately, our desk view is it will probably be okay in the end, but that investors won't rush to own the group ahead of Q4. So just an insight there if you're a stock trader on any of those tickers. Now, on that election, vol, I think they create this shit to some extent. They have to. It's like they want to, like, do people really, let me ask you out there, are you really putting off shopping at the mall until after the election? Is that a real thing? I don't know. I mean, is that just bullshit? It smells like bullshit. It's not, it sounds like bullshit to me. Or maybe they're just buying the Dollar Generals as a trade, maybe, to long it anyways, like regardless of whether they're doing well or not. I would believe that over what their statement is here, the Goldman Sachs statement. But on that topic of people waiting until after the election, let me ask you guys out there. Can anybody tell me if they are limiting their purchasing, waiting for the outcome of the election? Like do specifically, like, you know what? I'm going to wait to buy that new couch until I find out who's president. Doesn't make any sense to me. Sounds like they're just making up a scam to run the price of Dollar General up. Yeah. So if it's because of a recession, that's a fine statement. But is it the election or is it the recession? Right? I get that. That makes sense. If you're paring back because you're fearful of a recession, that sounds logical. But do you tie it to the election or no? Because we're gonna move into that topic right now. We're gonna move into if it's not necessarily the election or it's indirectly the election, but it's more geared towards a possible recession, might be more accurate, right? So maybe, yeah, I know they're spending bigly, Winky. They're spending huge right now. Like, counter to all this, like if you look at the data as like a one-off thing, right? Some of the data looks atrocious. But when you look at it all together, Everyone's employed. Everyone's pissing away money. We had wage growth. We don't have wage stagflation, and they're just choosing to spend their money elsewhere. So if you're like Mike on the Midway Street, Midway Mike. Midway Mike is like, well, I can't buy a house, can't afford it. Okay, Midway Mike, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna buy some OnlyFans girls. And you're like, what? And some OnlyFans boys too. I like them both. And you're like, okay, all right, Mike. Midway Mike's going styling right now. So instead of buying a house, he's buying OnlyFans guys and girls. What else is crazy too is we have other negative data. We've got like nobody's saving any money. There's no money in savings accounts. It's like, yeah, of course there's no money in savings accounts. They're buying bills and they're buying stonks. Like the stonk market, look at it. All their money is in brokerage accounts. They literally make 5.5% sticking your money in a Robinhood account rather than a fucking bank. Like, of course their money's not in a savings account. Who would be that dumb? Like, Midway Mike, baby. He's a fast mover and shaker. He's a man about town. Dirty Mike and the boys, baby. You know it. Well, here's another. I got another one for you here. Make sure I got this right. Let's see if I got this right here. This might be. I meant to delete this. My eyes are failing me here. Okay, so leading into this discussion, right? Trying to get this discussion going here, right? Like the consumer's in doom, country's in doom, doom everywhere, right? Doom. Look at all these bad reports this week. I'm like, these aren't bad reports. These are good reports. This actually shows a very stable economy right now. Right? They're like, dude, they don't have any money. They're not having money in their savings accounts, taking on more debt than ever before. And Goldman's Nocerino says, recent investor questions have focused on the possibility of changes to the corporate tax policy following the upcoming U.S. elections in November. While each presidential candidate has proposed changes to the corporate tax code, changes are not a given. The prediction is that markets show a substantial probability that the next U.S. president will not have control over Congress. It's interesting, right? That's a divided ticket. It's not a straight ticket, is it? I'll read that to you again. Goldman's prediction is that the markets will show a substantial probability that the next U.S. president will not have control over Congress. And campaign proposals do not always translate into legislative reality. However, if enacted, tax reform would likely shift the outlook for the S&P 500 EPS relative to current forecasts. Our economists recently discussed their expectations for policy changes under various election outcomes and how those changes would affect the deficit and U.S. economy. So I'm going to bring that up next, I think. I actually have that article. I had the cheat sheet, but I think I now have the most recent article on that. So I can find that here. Please tell me I can find that. Where is this article? I want to say this was just a few days ago I read this. I don't know if I should post this one to you. This analysis from UBS, but there's one floating around from GS. Here's the gist of it. If Harris wins with a split Congress, now remember, GS is predicting a split, right? So if Harris wins with a split Congress, UBS projects a 40% chance that Harris will take over the Oval Office while Congress is split. The scenario would have a minimal impact on equities, boosting companies focused on renewables and energy efficiency. We already know this, right? Remember when I showed you guys that last cheat sheet? Oh yeah, baby, squeeze them all out right now. Squeeze them all out of there. The bank expects a relief rally to lift Inflation Reduction Act benefactors, while a regulatory overhang could cause fossil fuel companies to trade lower. We're seeing that play out right now, right? Oil's getting hammered. UBS said strict regulation could also limit the financial sector. There's been some news articles the past couple days about banking, right? About financial services banks being overvalued. It's in line with this. Since UBS said strict regulation could also limit the financial sector, as Harris would keep in place an anti-big financial services ideology since the SVB collapsed in March of last year. Biden has called for tighter oversight as well. At the same time, Congress would limit Harris from pushing major legislation, such as industrials and healthcare. That could also help out what? So if you had Harris in a split Congress, that would also mean that you would see less regulation of what? If you had like a Republican Congress, you'd probably see less chances of big tech going under the microscope, right? So you're probably seeing a risk on in equities due to that Harris and split Congress. Now let's look at let's look at Trump with a divided Congress. So if Trump won and we had a Democrat-controlled Congress, the least likely outcome that UBS expects is for Trump to return to the White House without the proper support of a Republican Congress. There is a 10% chance this happens. Under this scenario, the stock market impact will be mixed. As with a red sweep, tariffs will still bring about inflationary pressures and a stronger dollar, modestly pushing up interest rates. The bank said investment spending could fall back for industrials as uncertainty grows around green energy initiatives. This also brings up the fact that tariffs might be more severe under Trump as well, right? Meanwhile, UBS anticipates regulatory overhangs to ease somewhat over the fossil fuel and financial sectors, with the latter benefiting from new regulatory head appointments at the Federal Reserve, FDIC, and Securities and Exchange Commission. So I posted that article for you in the Discord to review. There's another one floating around out there, and I have it somewhere saved somewhere. GS gives some predictions as well as what they're pretty similar to what UBS is saying, not too far off in their expectations. Now, there are some reports coming out today. So yesterday I was kind of cloudy. I'm like, I don't know who's going to win the election. There are some predictions beginning to leak right now saying that Kamala has the lead right now. These aren't like the polling places. These are like people that have predicted elections using different data points. I'm not going to post those in the Discord for you right now, but it looks like they're going to try to price in a Kamala win right now. I just want you to be aware of that, and not a Trump win. And I got to say, if she were to win, if she does win, it would probably, I would agree with the divided Congress. I would suspect that they want to, that that the Republicans want a new candidate, someone fresh face. Whether it's MAGA or not, I don't really know. There's a possibility you could see some Republicans jump lines to vote for Kamala and say, "Get us the next candidate, a fresh candidate," but still slam that ticket, that Republican, like down ticket, bam Republican, bam Republican, bam Republican. That's the only way that I see Kamala winning. Is just no, we don't want him. Too much baggage. Would be the only thing I could see there. Why Trump would lose. Now, if Trump does win, right? Now the article doesn't go over this, but there's a thesis here that if Trump does win, that the market will crash, right? I don't know if I see this here. Hold on. If Trump wins in a red sweep, if Harris doesn't win, UBS sees a 35% chance the Republicans win both Congress and the White House. When Biden was still running, this was the most probable outcome the bank previously forecasted. So they thought that Trump would win with a red sweep. And I remember we priced that into the market, too. I remember that happened. In this case, Trump would face fewer limits in implementing touted policies, such as his pledge to raise tariffs and extend the 2017 corporate tax cuts. UBS expects regulation to loosen this scenario, while merger and acquisition activity would likely rise. These factors would help support fossil fuel investment and would be the best case scenario for financials. That makes a red sweep outcome slightly positive for equities. Although the bank expects Trump's other proposals to offset the initial market excitement. So I know that people push the narrative that they'll crash the market on a red sweep in a Trump presidency. UBS is saying, hell no, there'll be an initial squeeze off of that outcome. For instance, many economists have voiced concern about higher tariffs. Consider it, so you'd see an initial squeeze and then it would be net negative for the market. For instance, many economists have voiced concerns about higher tariffs, considering that elevated duties can spur inflation. Trump has repeatedly dismissed these warnings, instead calling for a universal tariff on all U.S. trade and a 60% tax rate on Chinese exports. In this case, UBS expects interest rates in the dollar to rise. Higher tariffs could also impact the technology sector, especially hardware and semiconductor firms. The bank noted possible negative effects on healthcare from Trump's proposals, such as plans for an international drug pricing index. Let me see here. Now, in my view, how does Trump win? I would suspect that if Trump were to win, if Trump does win, so my thesis here was, I've got two theses. I've got the one thesis where if Kamala was to win, more than likely it's probably Republicans or conservative independents that are like, you know what, get us someone different. I don't care who he is, anyone but Trump, right? So they vote down ticket Republican, and they do the same thing they did when Biden won, basically, right? We've had enough of the crazy train. We want a break. And in my own personal thesis, outside of all this, is that Biden was Trump light. I'll tell you honestly, I don't think Biden was your Democratic savior that he hoped he was. Sorry. He was like definitely Trump light in my view. But anyways, doesn't matter. That's if Kamala wins. Now, if Trump wins, how would Trump win in my view? If Trump were to win at this point, I would suspect it's on taxes. That people are going to go into the voting booth and say, you know what, I'll vote down ticket. I don't actually think you get the red wave like Congress and Trump. I think it would be more inclined for you to get like Trump as president because of the tax breaks, and then maybe you get the red wave that way. People could do that. But also they could say, yeah, my wife doesn't want you guys meddling in abortion, so down ticket, we're going Democrat. But I'm voting for Trump because of taxes, and that's a real thing. You have to address that. because we've seen presidents get elected that were the underdog, based only on taxes. If you rent a house and you work a 40-hour-a-week job, you may hate taxes, but I assure you, if you've never owned a business or been a contracted worker, or owned a house through a LLC or anything like that, those people, it's just taxes. Boom. Even if it's just fairmongering, even if it doesn't impact them, even if they're not that wealthy, those people will fucking slam the fuck. They will slam it like boom. Did you say more? Did you say new taxes? No. Bam. And they don't care what the platform is. It's a real hot topic subject for a lot of people, and they don't talk about it publicly. We have instances of that happening in our elections in the past, right? Remember they say what they used to say was the taxes, dummy, was a big saying back in the, I believe, 80s or 90s, right? They didn't care about anything else. It was just woof, taxes. And that would probably be the best way for Trump to win. If you really want to know, if you're out there like going crazy and you're Republican, and you're like, yeah, like all the nonsense that's talked about and the stumping and all that, it's probably taxes. Because you've got to figure you've got the Democratic base, they're always going to vote Democrat. You get the Republican base, they're always going to vote Republican. When you guys are out there screaming, I see it. I see it all over FinTwit, right? You're just like screaming. Trump is this, Biden is that, Kamala is this. You're like screaming into the ether of nothingness. Literally. No Democrat is going to listen to you and go, yeah, you know what? You're right. I'm going to vote for Trump. And no Trump supporter is going to be like, yeah, you know what? You're right. I'm going to vote for Harris. So what you're left with is this, like the people that are undecided, right? Those middle voters. And that's who you should be talking to. And to be honest, a lot of those people it's like taxes. It really is like very simple issues for those people normally. Very simple issues. Exactly. Was that what they used to say, right? It's the economy's stupid. It's always that. Or not always, but a lot of like exit polls will show that people are, they'll just say, fuck you, it's taxes. What are we talking about now? Acolyte? God damn it, Winky. Like every time you say this shit to me, you force me down a goddamn rabbit hole. Like, I'm like, fuck, now I got, like, that shit rented space in my head for like days. I'm like, I gotta go back and watch the whole show. I didn't give it a chance. I gotta watch the entire thing. I gotta see if he's right or he's wrong. Let me see. The Star Wars backlash makes me laugh because it's obvious that Acolyte failed because the heroes were portrayed by black women in rows. I don't know if I believe that shit. Do you think that failed because of that? I just think it was poor writing, man. I'm watching it right now. It seemed a little absurd to me. It seemed a little absurd. And it had, what's her name from Matrix, dude? She's a badass. They killed her immediately, of course, but I shouldn't give any plot details away. I'm not done watching it. Let me finish the goddamn show before I give my review. I gotta finish the fucking show. I'm not done with it yet. But I think that my initial takeaway so far is it's superhero-y. It's like Star Wars was never superhero-y. It's the same issues I had with Lord of the Rings, like the Hobbit, right? As soon as the elf is like flying through the air and he's like jumping, doing like gravity defying stuff. He's like jumping and not quite going down. Just like going straight up. And then when he's doing the surfing down the stairs and stuff, that's a guy, white guy. I had a problem with that too. Like there's like a little bit of like super villain, or there's like a little like it's like Marvelization of these properties. I also noticed they had Star Trekified another one of those Star Wars shows that I started watching another Star Wars show, and I'm like, man, this reminds me of Star Trek. I've heard that argument. And guess what? I didn't like that series either. I didn't like that series either. I didn't like the second round of Star Wars. No. No. They're not getting away with it either. He needed his wife in that production. That's not acceptable. It was a horrible series. Maybe I just don't like Star Wars. I loved I'll say what I did. You know what else was all right, here's another weird one too. Everyone hated hold on a second. Star Wars. We gotta make sure I get my Star Wars right. So here's what's funky. No one liked which one? Rogue One, a Star Wars story. They thought it was absurd, right? I thought it was the best Star Wars movie outside of the original trilogy. I thought Rogue One was an excellent Star Wars story. Did you like Rogue One? Is that, if you had to pick in order of films, Star Wars films, Winky, what are your top 4 Star Wars films of all time? Top 4. Which ones? I think I would say that's my number 3 or 4, Rogue One. No. Films. Star Wars films. And like Alderaan or so Star Wars shows, right? No, films. We're talking films. What the entire thing is based on. You can't get these fanboys, man. I'll tell you what, you try to corner one of these fanboys and they're just slippery. They're just like, you know what the entire franchise is based on. You know, where they stole my franchise from me and turned it into something that it's not. Winky's gonna get mad at me now. He's like, God damn, God, I can't stand him. Oh wow, no shit. Number 1, Return of the Jedi. That's interesting. Return of the Jedi gets a lot of flack, right? I liked Return of the Jedi. I wouldn't call it my favorite, but I think it's a great film. I liked it. I liked the progression into that film, the way to wrap up the trilogy. I thought it was pretty good. So I'm with you on that one. I do like it. It's probably my number 3 or 4 film. My number 1 is Empire Strikes Back, of course. Favorite film. And then, of course, the OG Star Wars, number 2. Empire Strikes Back, I saw that in the movie theater, and I left shell-shocked. Like, it was not what I was expecting. It did, like, you just walked out of that theater going, oh, my, what just happened? How many films leave you with dread as you leave? No happy, wrap it up, everything is honky-dory. You didn't like Han Solo. Oh, man, I loved Han Solo. He's my guy. I liked Han a lot. I was down with Han. I like Chewie, too. I actually liked them both as a team. I liked Rogue One, too. Episode 9 you liked. So you liked Episode 9. I couldn't take it. I don't think I even finished the film. I actually liked Episode 7. That would be my number 5 pick. Episode 7 I liked. I was not a fan of I thought Episode 1, 2, and 3, like the Clone Wars, Revenge of the Sith, and Attack of the Clones, could have been outstanding. I would have liked to have seen it maybe spread out more, or maybe a TV show would have done it better. Like there's too much going on. Yeah, that's the Jar Jar series, right? I like I felt like there was a good set of movies there. It just didn't it didn't hit for me. I don't know if it was because it was more geared towards kids than the first 3 episodes that came out. Episode 4, 5, and 6 was a little bit more like YT based, right? Was it YT? Maybe like yeah, no, not young teenager, but like geared towards like older teenagers, younger adults. Of course, Disney's not about that anymore, right? It's like all kids. Oh, you know what? You're right. I'd probably say my favorite character was Boba Fett. Yeah. When I was a kid, that was my favorite toy to play with. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Blissowitz. I'm with you with that. You can't discount Boba Fett. I thought Mandalorian started out fine, but didn't grow into what I expected it to become. What's the one where did they jump the shark with the there was one I don't know which show this was, but when Princess Leia was a child, was it when she was young, and she like outran some bad guys, some baddies. That jumped the shark for me a little bit too. Yeah, I agree with you, Winky, on that. I liked the Return of the Jedi. I thought it was badass. I liked the Ewoks too. I actually liked the Ewoks. So it's not like Jar Jar I didn't like, but I liked the Ewoks. I thought they were badass. People riffed on the Ewoks. I was down with the Ewoks. Even to this day, I've never changed my thesis on that. Blissowitz, I read that. I heard that comment. Yeah, I thought the Ewoks were good. Well, that's the other thing. Jack Black. I just saw him with the man or the young young Yoda doing the backflip across the table, and I was like, I can't do it. I was like, I can't do this. This reminds me of Star Trek. Now, it was like I was right back in a Star Trek episode. And I always think that about I always feel like Star Trek. I don't think this is universally true, but oftentimes people are one or the other, right? They're like, I like Star Trek or I like Star Wars, one or the other. I don't think it's universal, but I think often you find that. Except for maybe, I think the only crossover for a lot of Star Wars fans was when J.J. Abrams redid Star Wars or Star Trek. It seemed very Star Wars, right? Did it seem like that? Did like the new Star Trek treatment seem like it was like Star Warsified, maybe? Something about action oriented. I don't remember Star Wars being action oriented. I think it's way more action oriented today than it was back then. A little bit of blood here, a little bit of weakness into the bell. Are you guys bearish into this close? You guys think we bleed tomorrow? If you're a bear out there and you think NFP is going to be a red bar down in the depths of hell, say something inside the chat on Twitch or YouTube. I'm interested to hear that. If you think that's what's going to happen tomorrow morning, or are you waiting to sell? Are you waiting to sell tomorrow? Are you gonna like sell the open or something, sell the reaction? Oh, we're going to zero via Chase. Chase, the resiliency of markets. You're bared today. You think we're gonna blood it down today, but not tomorrow? You think we like bleed the close here, but not overnight or something? Or are you thinking FP is squeezes higher? Here's the make this bigger. Yep, I'm in here. I don't need that. Let me get rid of that. Can I put this there we go. Make this thicker. Do you think we bleed out tomorrow as well, or no? Do you think it's just today, weakness right now, or just overnight, or what? Someone said I'm bared today. I'm super bare today. You're buying more calls. So some of you guys are saying that you're bulled up right now. Some of you guys are saying you're bared up right now to the bell. I think we squeeze tomorrow. But I could be wrong. I checked last night. I looked at a bunch of NFPs, man. They are either big green bar or big red bar. There ain't no in between. It's either like a fucking bloodbath in it tomorrow, or it's like moonshot, then sell. The bloodbaths, though, didn't come back. There was one instance where we blooded it down, and then we came back on a Friday all day long. You're conflicted, so you're not doing anything. I don't think I'm going to take any major trades until Monday, like big size trades. I'd like to see us I would like to see us roll down into Monday, but I don't think it's today. I don't think it's here though. I'm not like bared up right here. I'm pretty bulled up into the close and bulled up into the open tomorrow, and sell that down into Monday. Yeah, that was a good fight scene. I liked that fight. There were parts of, I shouldn't say like, you guys pin me into things sometimes that are not exactly true. So like episode 1, episode 2, and episode 3, that's the Phantom, Attack of the Clones, and Revenge of the Sith. There are good movies inside of those movies. And there have been some fan edits that are pretty dang good. And Blisswitch just brought up the fight scene with Yoda. I thought that was epic. I loved it. I thought it was awesome. Like that, we waited for that, right? Like that was part of that series. Was, dude, we're gonna get to see Yoda in his prime. It's gonna be badass. And I liked Ewan McGregor as a young Obi-Wan. Hmm. Yeah, it reminds me of Elon Musk. I've heard that comment too, Winky. I've heard that comment before about the bad guy being Elon Musk. A little bit of bear crosshair into the bell. You can see it forming right here in the 1 and 5 minute trigger. I'd say my second favorite. I tried to watch the cartoons. Can't ever seem to get into them. I watched like the first few episodes, then I'm like, it's not for me. I also like the Star Wars comic books. I used to be a big partaker of those. Watch out for the bear cross above. We've got it right above here at 549.84 into the bell. Some initial weakness into this close here. So remember when people complained about R2-D2 in the episodes 1, 2, and 3, the second series, about how he could do too much shit? I loved that stuff. When he did what he did in the barge, and then in episode 1, 2, and 3 when they came out, I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna get some cool ass shit now. We're gonna get R2-D2 as a badass, and I was down with that. I like R2-D2. Hayden was good in Ashoka. I've got no. I feel like he had bad writing for him in the first in episode 1, 2, and 3. He was pretty cringy, and I think that was either poor directing or poor writing, or I've heard some stuff that it was Lucas himself that made those decisions, but he was pretty cringy, I thought. There are a combination of all of those things, either poor writing or poor directing. Well, yeah, he can't write dialogue, and he's cringe. Like, Lucas is cringy. He's like cringy dude by design. If you ever hear him speak, you're just like, ooh, that didn't come out. That didn't come out right. Nah, I don't think he played it well. It came off as like really like, or I don't think that was the intent either. I'm gonna pass on that. That the intent was for him to be that cringy. Like, I get the idea that the weight of the world, all that stuff is valid, but I don't think the way that he acted was really cringe. It was pretty bad. He was the one to bring the balance to the force. I have the high ground, Winky. That's some funny ass shit. Man, I like every time I trade 1 or 2 day options, you literally, like, even a weekly option, you just got to get out, right? You get your target and you get out, and they reset everything. Market used to never trade like this. Is all abnormal. I was looking at the prior history of the 40 EPS, and it's bizarre when you look at it. The past, like, I think it's the past 8 years or so with HFTs, all over the place. Prior to 2015 or so, EPS 40 EPS was pretty straight line up and down, pretty like just like one direction, and like now it's like jagged everywhere. HFTs, baby. Luckily, you loved Star Wars since I first saw it, so I don't really care if other people disagree with me. It's the same with a few other things. Say one bad thing about Spider-Man or Double Though, your PC will be blue screen. Okay, ready? I liked Spider-Man when I was a kid. I liked the TV show. I never liked the comic book. I didn't care for any of the Spider-Man. I didn't care. My kids love it, right? And I didn't care for any of the movies until they made the 2 comic book movies. With the like the cool animation. I thought those movies were awesome. Another one out there that's kind of got me too was I recently watched the newest TMNT, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. It's the closest version that I really wanted to see get made, and it was in the same vein as the Spider-Man, with like the cartoony effects, though it still didn't hit the mark for me. I really, really, really want to see like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles that's based on the OG comic book, like true to that comic book. You could leave out the Twin Towers, and maybe change it to the Empire State Building or something. But the OG comic book, I always wanted to see that get made in that vein as well, like true to the comic book. That's never been made, which kind of sucks. Yeah, the last two Spider-Man movies that are like comic books, fucking awesome. Some of the best, not best, but some of the best superhero movies to come out recently, I would say. They're that good. Oh yeah, the OG comic book is very dark. And it's very like dark teenagery too, right? It's like capturing what a teenager and the darkness of the comic book at the same time. I thought was great. It was an outstanding comic book. I used to own them all. First printings. Used to own all of those comic books. Daredevil. Never got into Daredevil. I've got no opinion on Daredevil. I've got nothing negative to say about Spider-Man either. So my comic books that I read when I was a kid was Star Wars, G.I. Joe, G.I. Joe movies, soul crushing. We used to watch the G.I. Joe TV show too. This is like dating myself here, but I'm reading that about TMNT right now. Eon Flux. Yeah, Eon Flux was good. I liked Eon Flux. I'm trying to think right now of the graphic novel comic books I liked when I was a kid. Like I always liked the Batman stuff, the graphic novels type stuff. I liked Sergeant Rock too. I always liked like army stuff when I was a kid. I was like brainwashed and joined the military. So I liked Sergeant Rock stuff like that, comic books like that. It was very much like A-Team. You know, that's actually, I want to make comment about that. That's one of the reasons I didn't like the G.I. Joe movies. I watched that A-Team movie. I think there's maybe one or two of them. I really liked it because it played by the universe rules of the TV show A-Team. Like nobody got shot, nobody dies. They shoot a ton of guns, nobody gets hit. That kind of thing. I thought Bumblebee was the best Transformers movie, 100%. Transformers have been trash. Yeah, they're trash. They're like, what's the movie where the aliens invade with Will Smith? Independence Day has not aged that well, but it's still a decent, some like decent riffs on things you want to see in that kind of a movie. Transformers misses the mark on a lot of that stuff, doesn't it? The animated Transformers movies from the 80s, loved them. Thought they were great. I had Transformers when I was a kid. I had GoBots too. Does anybody remember GoBots? GoBots were like smaller robots. Just waiting for the close now. HYG ripping face right now. Look at that. HYG just pumping, baby. Pumping. Dixie getting murdered. Vix getting, well, not quite murdered. Vix is still elevated right now. Teen X getting murdered out there. Michael Bay has been a hit or miss for me over the years, over the decades. He really has. He's hit or miss. Dude, you know what else I never liked? I never liked Avatar. People love that shit. I never liked Avatar. I did like the other movie that was like Avatar that came out before Avatar. The other one that was like the Avatar movie there. The one that Avatar ripped off. That one was pretty good. Yeah. GoBots were the Betamax of Transformers. Someone was talking on Reddit the other day about the Andromeda Strain, and they were like, one of the best movies ever made. He must have been like 16 or 18 or something. And it was kind of funny because I'm like, oh, you just discovered that movie? You know, where they treat the audience like they're smart? I would love to see more movies like that, where they take you seriously. And has everybody here seen the Andromeda Strain? And then I saw one other guy came out yesterday. He made a post about the new Minecraft trailer. Boy, I saw two things this week that blew my mind. Two fascinating things. I saw one post the other day. Someone made a joke about It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and the comedy police came after the poster, and they were like, "What are you doing? You're not supposed to be doing this. Ban this guy. So, like, jump on this guy, right?" And he's like, everybody's like, "Calm down, calm down. It's always sunny." It's an Always Sunny reference, and these people were shook. I'm assuming they were like mid-20s, and they were like, "Oh no, they're coming for my comedy now." I thought that was kind of funny. And then I saw someone else made a post about the Minecraft trailer yesterday, and it was very self-reflecting and kind of insightful. The person admittedly said something along the lines of, whenever these like Lord of the Rings fanboys come out and say, don't change my Lord of the Rings, I always snicker and make fun of those people. I don't care if they do that. He goes, but look what they did to my boy Minecraft. Because he like grew up, this guy like grown up with Minecraft, and he's like, they've enshittified my memories of my childhood. I'm like, there you go. Now you too will suffer as an old man. Now you know my pain. Squeezing back higher now into the bell. Lots of winging and wanging right now. I'm long SPY into tomorrow, and I'm basically long puts short Tesla in case things go awry in the overnight. The reason that I'm doing that is because I think that if we get a down move, Tesla has more to fall than SPY. I have more to gain by the Tesla fall than the SPY fall. So I've got a trade wrapped up here with SPY calls, Tesla puts. I haven't seen Borderlands. You guys want to see something cool? You guys know how I get my movies, right? I've been doing this one though recently. Any of you guys doing this one? I'll post this in the Discord. Any of you guys using this website right here? I'm using this to stream content right now. So Borderlands was good. It got trashed, didn't it? I haven't seen it. It reminded, or just from the theatrical trailer, it reminded me of it was like what's the latest that great movie Jamie Lee Curtis was just in? Everything Everywhere All at Once. I liked that movie. People trashed that movie too. I thought that movie was great. Everything Everywhere All at Once. Came out in 2021. Oh, so you like this one, Spicy McHaggis? Hold on here. Ooh, nice, bro. Holy crap, look at that. I got to save that one. A master list. Look at that. Woo! That's an insane list, bro. I gotta save that. My kids like the anime streaming because it's all old by the time it gets to the US. They pay for Crunchyroll, I think it's called. I use a VPN for anytime I download movies from the internet. I use a VPN, but for these streaming, for that streaming site in particular, I only use Sponsor Block and uBlock Origin on Chrome. Use this one for anime. Thank you. Hold on here. I appreciate that. I will show my kids this. My kids love anime. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, we do the Crunchyroll, but a lot of shows are like they're late, right, to get to the U.S. market. I'm not into it as much as I don't know if I'm not into it as much as my kids are not. I like the old school anime, like the Ninja Scrolls, Akira, that kind of stuff. I get into the mainstream anime that everybody watches, like Flight of the Fireflies, stuff like that. But I don't get into like what's. Hold on, I don't know what this is. Hold on, let me make sure I want to make sure I'm not being derogatory here. Okay, so I was gonna say, I was almost going to say that my daughters like the weeboo stuff, but I guess that's a derogatory term. I'm reading it right here. It's for people that like Japanese media. It says, however, some people who were originally referred to by the term have reclaimed it and now use it ironically or self-depreciatingly. I always thought of that term as like, so like my youngest daughter, I'll be like, what is this? I'm like, what are you watching right now? And it's always like, I don't know, like a girl anime and there's a boy and like he's cute and smart. And so that's the stuff that she watches. So I'm always like poking on her. Not making fun of her. We watch this stuff together, believe it or not. We're like, oh, here we go. And she's like, no, Daddy, it's great. I'm like, is this another like girl boy teen romance anime? New Squawker's on right now. Thanks for saying something, but it is on. New Squawker is on. Just nothing's come through just yet. U.S. targets China with new quantum and chip-related export curbs. The rules align with those from Japan, Netherlands, and other allies. U.S. That's what same thing. Same thing. Yeah, it's on. Just nothing's come across yet. Is tomorrow VIX Crush Friday? The only thing I would say to you would be is if we get an update tomorrow, right? Normally you fade that move around 10:30. That has not always been the case. I think there was a recent NFP where if you didn't fade it, it blasted off into the bell. Like it literally was green until 3 in the afternoon, 3:30 in the afternoon. But generally speaking, if you were to fade the initial move higher, you're going to do quite well. And there's a significant short there. Make a lot of money. on that short typically. Big payday. Am I better off now than I was 4 years ago? What was that question? I didn't see that. Let me read that. Am I better off now than I was 4 years ago? Yes. It's a good question. Something I have to think about. Am I better off now than I was 4 years ago? The thing, yes and no. I think the answer is twofold. Something changed from COVID. Society changed. Something significant is different. I don't know what. I can't put a finger on it. I can point at certain things. Something changed, though. The fabric of people and society had changed for the worse. So I would say on that side of things, things are worse. Something changed. I don't know what. I can't put my finger on it. I can see it. The quality of things are less today than they were then. Quality of service, quality of product. I don't think I'm better off because of that. I don't like the enshittification of the internet, websites, anything that I'm doing. I was up last night. I was in the office talking to people in the Discord last night. I was doing the report for last night into the late hours. I had to spend like an hour on my only one child's whatever the web portal is for her school, and it was a pain in the ass. Like everything needs a goddamn app. It's like an app for this, an app for that, an app for this, an app for that. Then I got to get logged in. Then I got to do that. I got to do this. Like the enshittification of things is worse. Am I better off though? I don't know if the question is, like, am I better off than I was 4 years ago? Yes, but that's only because I do the right thing. Like I pay my debt down. I fucking try to be a good guy. All that kind of stupid shit. I mow my lawn, like literally. I need to get a lawn guy. We had a lawn guy, then the lawn guy wasn't doing it right, and got rid of the lawn guy. So I was like, I'll do the lawn. Something with COVID. There's something with COVID that I don't know. I have mixed feelings on some of this stuff. Like, so I was in the I was like a I was in and around the real high end like restaurant industry for a long time. Like top 10, top 20 restaurants in the U.S. kind of stuff, right? And Detroit, Michigan. I got a story for you. This is tied into this. Am I better off, or what COVID did, or whatever? So, like, if you work in a high-end restaurant, right, you make a lot of money. And I mean a lot of money. These guys pull down six figures easy. 100 grand, 120 grand, 140 grand. They make a lot of money. These are I'm talking not back of the house type people, but like the sommeliers and the service staff and stuff like that. They make a ton of money. They might not tell you that, but those people make a ton of money, serious money, no matter where they are in the country. So if you go to any kind of fine dining anywhere in the country, those people are making usually big money for wherever they're living. More money than a lot of you likely make in your real life. And if they're good at what they do, they make even more money. They make serious money. They get into some good positions, right? Work at the French Laundry, stuff like that, right? And make serious bank. So I eat at those places. That's where I do a lot of I eat out at those places all the time. Even now, like, I eat out at high-end restaurants frequently. 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4 times a week. And I've noticed that the service has gone down in those restaurants. I've noticed a few things. Food quality's gone down. The attention to the craft that chefs have. I think a lot of like great chefs have left the restaurant business to go on and do other things during COVID. So you've got like second and third tier cooks and chefs, commis working. I don't know if you know what that terminology is, but they're like second, third tier cooks and chefs and stuff. Now the quality of food has gone down too, and there's a break in passing along this knowledge and the furthering of food and cuisine and stuff. I noticed that. There's a lot of food and cuisine that's about 20 years old being pushed around as, current or whatever. Which is kind of like, I'm kind of suspect of this. Now, on the service side of things, I've seen like wine lists disappear. It's just like, so there was this movement back in the restaurant industry that you didn't need a som. You do a really well-crafted wine list and attention to it. It's bespoke, right? Bespoke cocktails. You didn't need a big cellar, right? Get away from all that. That's fine. But recently I noticed that these restaurants are falling back on their hind legs. They're taking the recommendations of the wine purveyors now, trying to unload garbage shit to these restaurants. Garbage wines. And then like they're all this like mixology stuff they were doing with cocktails. What they probably originally was supposed to be is not what it is now. It's just like a dumbed down version of what it was supposed to be. So it's more garbage. And then the service staff are apathetic. And that's the one that gets me the most, is the apathy from service staff in these type of places. Because I know they're making a lot of money. I'm like, these guys make bank. They're making six figures. There should be no apathy here. When you're getting paid for that high caliber of an experience or a job. You're the best in any city. This is in every city. Every city I visit, same experience or similar experience. So Michigan is right now switching over to a pay scale where they don't get tipped pay, like $2 or $3, whatever it is they get paid. They're going to go to like a minimum wage, like $12 an hour, I think it is in Michigan, which is horrible. So for like your worst worker, $12 is good. They're probably not making any tips, right? But for a service staff moving into that, I was fascinated to read. I was fascinated yesterday to read someone made a post about it yesterday and said that, hey, we're switching to an hourly wage for service staff in Michigan. What are your thoughts? And what fascinated me was the number of people that responded and said, great, I'm no longer going to tip. And I was like, wow, I'm surprised that all of you are going to stop tipping. Or that's the mantra. Or at least that was the astroturfing. Awesome, living wage, I'm going to stop tipping. And I was thinking, I don't really have a thought on this either way, but I did think to myself, wow, if I was a som in this town in Detroit and I read all those comments, I'd be scared. Because
1 minute remaining now.
I'm going to probably go from making six figures down to making like, $20,000, $30,000 to $40,000 a year or some kind of nonsense like that, like instantly overnight. From the apathy from the customer to the like basically the apathy of customers saying, that guy's making a living wage now. Because I think a lot of service staff don't tell everybody what they actually make, like what they're actually making for money. They'll tell you like, I'm poor. I think the back of the house staff doesn't make a lot of money. I think that's true. But like all the front of the house staff in these restaurants, they're making bank. Stupid bank in a lot of cases. Even today, they're making bank with inflation. So I'm fascinated to find out what happens in Michigan in particular. or when we switch over.
Market on closing balance, the S&P 500 is 850 million to the buy side.
When we switch over to non-tipping.
Nasdaq 100, 600 million to the buy side. Dow 30 stocks, 135 million to the buy side. Mag 7 stocks, 320 million to the buy side.
The reason I'm saying all this too is because I already noticed apathy. I'm already paying some of these meals. I pay $400, $500, $600, $700, $800 for, like that much money to sit down and eat. Ton of money, not cheap. Like that's with food, wine, cocktails, oysters, all that kind of crap, right? Tip. Oftentimes I'm feeding myself, my wife, and my 2 children. But what's fascinating to me is if they're going to change this, does it get worse? Like, if I go to one of those restaurants, a high-end restaurant, will those people that are there working right now change careers? Because they either have to or want to make that 6-figure salary. So does the service degrade? Someone that's more willing to accept a lower wage take over those positions. It reminds me of Europe, dining in Europe, where no one really cares, right? You may get served, you may not. You sit there for a long time. Oh, what are they trying to do? Trying to sneak this down in the bell? Grab some liquidity here? Looks like they're trying to sneak a peek at the price down here. I noticed this shit yesterday and this morning. Did you guys notice the mechanicalness of price in the yesterday's action, and then in the overnight or pre-market action this morning was very mechanical. This looks very mechanical right here too. Fake prices, bros. I don't know if you know that. This is fake pricing. All fake. All fake price action right now. It was all fake price action this morning too. How does it work in Europe? Service sucks. Really bad. Really, really, really bad. You're lucky if you get service. It's not like American service here, or it's not like American service. American service here, that if you tip well and they know you, they treat you really good. You usually get put on a VIP list. Next time you show up, they get treated better. You get free food, you get free drinks, you get chef come out and talk to you. They know your name. If you treat their service staff well in a restaurant, they know. You already know that, right? If you tip heavily in a restaurant, they fucking remember you every time. They imprints right in your face is imprinted in their mind. And then if you successively continue to tip well, you get treated really, really well. There's always a table available for you. They bring I usually I'll bring, not always, but if first time in a restaurant, I'll bring I usually bring bourbon for the kitchen. I'll bring some champers for the maitre d' or dining room manager or whatever. Tip everyone really well, that kind of stuff. Take care of them. What is tipping heavily these days? I tip rough for good service. I tip standard 20. If I'm trying to get on a VIP list, 30, 40, sometimes 50%. I've done that before. The service is impeccable. The food's impeccable. If they really think out their beverage programs and their wine lists and stuff. Atmosphere is really good. Attention to detail. I mean, attention to detail. All the plates and the glasses look nice. They're scraping the crumbs off my tablecloth. They're picking up a dropped napkin and giving me a new one, whatever it is. Water glass is always filled. They know what they're talking about. That's another big one for me. Like, you know the food that you're discussing, you know the wines, you know like inside and out. Shows care. I like that too, Uncle JBJ. That crumb scraper is awesome. You whip one of those bad boys out on me, I'm like, get at me, do it. Yeah, I was out eating. I was out eating recently at what's considered one of the best restaurants in the state. I was on their patio. It was cold, and there were no heaters and no shawls. And I was like, man, that's a no go for me. I was like, not for what this place was supposed to be or considered. Like you go to like best restaurants, you sit on the patio, you better be taking care of your ass. Up and down, seriously. Yeah, I try to tip like kitchen staff and stuff with booze. Bring them like a case of beer. I've actually left dinner. I've like left dinner and then gone to a liquor store, grabbed like couple cases of beer, and then I go to the back door and I bang on it.
September 4th.
Thanks for the meal this evening. I appreciate it. Ibuli would be one of my favorite restaurants ever. There's another one there's one in Oakland. What the fuck is the name? There's one in Oakland that's hold on here. I would say Ibuli would be number one. That's a tough call. It's all situational. Like the Girl and the Goat, there was a time when that was one of my favorite restaurants. Charlie Trotter, way back in the day when I was young, would be one of my favorite restaurants. Let me see here. Oakland's got a place. I can't recall the name of it right now. I haven't been in a while. Let's see if I can find out which one it is. It might be Comey's or Comey. It might be Comey. That's in Oakland. It might be the restaurant Comey. They're gangster. Any Michelin restaurant that's either just got their first star or they're fighting for their first star, way better than 3-star restaurants. Like if you ever get yourself into a restaurant that's trying to get their first Michelin star, oh man, oof. That doesn't even matter the name. Like they're laser focused, and you've got the best of the best of the best of the best. What else? Top 3 favorite restaurants ever. Something lowbrow, maybe. I've had some really good breakfasts in my life too. Maybe it would have to be my food type. The little squeegee thing. So let everybody know if you're short into tomorrow or long into tomorrow. Do you think we red bar it down? I'm picking that we green bar it up and then sell the rest of the day. Yeah, I don't know what my thesis here is in the tipping thing. I want to see how it impacts Detroit. I don't know what I'm going to do either. I'm going to assume that I'm going to continue to tip, but I might alter how much I tip, knowing that they're getting paid, $12, $20. I'd like to know what they're actually making too, per hour. The other fascinating part about that is, if you raised wages for restaurants, I'm okay with that. But are you okay with paying more for your food? So if you let's say you pay for a pizza $20, are you okay with paying $40 for a pizza? I would be okay with it. If I knew they were making a good wage, I'd be fine with paying the extra money and built into the food and the drink. But I don't know if everybody is okay with that or not. Like, if you're out there, are you like pay him a living wage, but don't increase my dinner bill, or are you okay with the dinner bill reflecting the 20% surcharge? I think that's the best case scenario, right? Where you pay the front and back of the house more money. But I would expect my food bill to go up, wouldn't you? I would. So you got some people here that are short into tomorrow. I see people saying they're buying puts here. Oh God, Tesla looks like it wants the moon too. Tesla looks like it wants to bang to the upside. It wants to trade that 239. You guys have a great day. Yeah, Tesla looks like it's bulled up right now too. All right, I'll see all of you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Apologize for the late start this morning. I've got some construction going on at my house that's unexpected. These guys are showing up when they can, I guess. Like disappearing when they want to, not answering phone calls, any of that kind of stuff. So they did show up this morning. It got kind of loud around here. We had doors open, dogs freaking out, all that kind of stuff. They're supposed to be back again tomorrow. I don't know how invasive it'll be. This morning was completely unexpected. That I didn't expect these guys to be here. I figured that they were just going to take the week off because it's Labor Day week. They decided to come back to work today. Yeah, dude. I don't want to get mad because these guys are doing work, but I get it. They're chasing money. I understand. You saying we're going higher tomorrow? Yeah, I think we go higher tomorrow too. I think we're going to squeeze up. I hope we do. What else? One last thing. If you there's one more thing here for you guys. If you are waiting to jump back in the market, remember the market brief from on Monday night, right? That you want to. I want to before we close the show out. I want to talk about something. So every week we put out a weekly report, right, for what to expect for this week. So on that last weekly report on Monday night for this week, we said in that report that market participants are likely still on vacation and also sitting back and watching the data as it comes in this week before making a decision on higher or lower in the market. That this week is wrapping up tomorrow. We have our last report tomorrow. So if you are one of those people that are sitting on the sidelines waiting for all of this to shake out this week, your best bet is to wait until Monday. Don't be making any big trades on Friday. Just wait for Monday. And here's the last part I want to leave you with before we even get into Friday tomorrow, before this report tomorrow. And that is that regardless of outcome, as time passes, we continue to tell you that the volatility switches to more bearish volatility from bullish volatility, right? And the window for bulls begins to close as we get closer to the 13th and 16th and the 17th, 18th. I have to impress that upon you because I was talking with someone in the Discord yesterday, I think, last night maybe, and they were saying how they can't wait for all of this bearishness to blow over. You got about a month and a half of it coming your way. If you think this is bearish, it's not. This is nothing. There's a high probability of the last 2 weeks of September, first 4 weeks of October being bearish. And we also have the election on November 5th. And December is very volatile, not necessarily bearish, but volatility even if we go up. So You have that to look forward to. If you're a bull, right? You might want to do more sitting on your hands and waiting for major lows to get long the next 6 weeks, right? After the rate decision, like you take your time and patience. You might want to come back on like the 31st of October to buy a low. Maybe you're coming back on November 30th to buy a low, right? For some kind of print in December. The September low, you can usually get a good print on that in the middle of October. First week of October, first 7 sessions, 10 sessions of October. But I wouldn't be like, yeah, the market's going to turn for in a positive way. It's possible that could happen, but I would be expecting more bearishness. So if you're a bullish trader, as we head into the last half of September, the full month of October, you should be a very light market participant. Looking for those 1-2 major lows every month that you can swoop in and get a pretty good print. So if you are that trader, you may get one of those opportunities on Friday or Monday. Okay, Friday close, depending on how bloody it gets, or Monday close. You should have one of those opportunities leading up into the end of month. Or at least middle end of month, like 18th, 19th, 20th, something like that. Does he really? He gets this thing on the 18th? His sentencing? Do you think they're actually going to sentence Trump? I don't think they're gonna. I think they're gonna do the presidential. I forget what it's called. It's not presidential preference or something, but. Yeah, I'm a tipper. I don't care what I don't care what they make. I like tipping. I believe in tipping culture. Only chance the Dems have. This one I gotta say something about Democrats. I don't want to. I'm a Democrat, but I gotta say something. The Democrats talk so much fucking game, and it never comes true. Like they couldn't fight themselves out of wet paper bag. I'll be honest, especially on Reddit. Like Reddit, they're like, "This is gonna happen and that's gonna happen," and then like 3 months later, nothing happens. So I literally grain of salt anything I read on Reddit. like they're going to put him in prison for like 20 years. The next month, it's like, that's big nothing, Barry. Sorry, we didn't get the 20 years. I apologize. Helped with the cope, though, didn't it? A lot of Democrats love the cope. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow in the morning. We'll be if the market burns, I might come on early. If it green bars it up though, it might not come on until 9:30. It's like doom and gloom or some shit. Maybe we'll start the show early in the morning. My thought would be that they're going to hold off until after the election. I doubt that he gets sentenced. I've heard some of those rumors. I've heard the rumors like if he goes to New York, they're going to arrest him so they can sentence him. That kind of stuff. I don't know if that's really going. They shouldn't interfere. It's bad optics right now. You just let the election play out. That kind of stuff I'm not down with. You couldn't get it done in a timely manner. Just leave it be. It's just going to cause more shit than it should. You're like igniting the base again. There's all kinds of like problems with that. It's the same thing as the assassination attempt. They shouldn't have that's like the worst case scenario. Like you don't want to see anyone get assassinated. You don't want to see any of that kind of stuff out there. I don't want to see Trump locked up right 2 weeks before the election. That is not the way to do things. It's not the way to do things. Yeah, like I'm telling you, I don't know what these people like. Like I'm a Democrat. I'll be honest with you. Then they're pushing a narrative on Reddit right now that Republicans want to replace him before the election. I'm like, you don't want Trump replaced. Are you crazy? The best matchup for a Democrat right now is to run against Trump. Like, just leave it as it is. Like, just calm down. Crazy. Like, Democrats shoot themselves in their foots. It's like so much. It's like,